Yo. That is not good. Oh, that sounded good. Final stream of 2025. God.
You got a lot to talk about. Like, seriously.
Cause, yeah, today's gonna be a big stream. I can tell. What am I gonna do though? I have no clue though, that's the thing. Alright, I need to lock in. Check the Xbox C. Check the Xbox. The Xbox is online. I could just play some Fortnite for a little while. It is the end of the year, so I mean, it's gonna be an end for a lot of things. I can't lie. It's gonna be the end. It's gonna be the end for a lot of things on Twitch. It's gonna be the end for a lot of things for me. I just got a lot to say. I just got a lot to process. It's a lot that I have to. It's a lot that I want to say. Like, it really is a lot. So, of course, we're gonna play on the Xbox for a little while. I do have a game I want to play with y'all. A game that I do want to showcase. Streets of Rage 4. What else? What else? What else? Mario 64. I do want to do that. Let's see what else is on my homepage. Sonic Unleashed. And possibly Baldi's Basics Plus. I couldn't leave that one out the bag. I'm sorry, I couldn't leave that one out the bag. So today is gonna be like one of them weird behind days where we just like do random stuff for no reason. So that's basically it. First thing off the list. First thing, we're gonna get rid of something I haven't played in a while until now. Something I have not played on this channel. Not channel. Something I haven't played on this stream, on the streams in a while. Super Mario 64. I have not played this joint in a while. Golly. I'm gonna plug in my controller.
I need the ultimate experience for 2025.
But yeah. Oh wait, my fault. Hold on, something's going on. Something's going on. Oh, our controller is connected already. Oh well. So last time we played this game, we had like 32 stars. We didn't really do that much here. I gotta remember my controller. can't jump. We gotta map that because I can't jump. What? Alright, it's gotta work now. Like, there's no way. Can y'all see that? Tell me y'all can see that. Okay, y'all can see that. Good, 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 good. There we go. How do I get off the... Oh, scroll lock. I can't move off the scroll lock. I'm stuck. Hold on. Once I press this, my mouse should be fine. My mouse is not fine. I'm trying to go back to... Hold on. Bruh. Okay. I see how this is supposed to work. Don't keep me in the dark like that? Okay. There we go. Mario. Alright, let's get this started. So, Mario 64. I have not played this game in, a few weeks, I think. This is where it's at. We are literally done with everything. We're about to go to Koopa Mario, because that's what we gotta do next. But we are literally done with, like, everything. You know, like, we beat, like, the second, battle, but we didn't even, like, touch. Or did we? What is it? Big Pig? I did the other one There we go. Yep, I got it. Oh, the top one. Yo! Oh, I'm about to say it. That was a star. We did all that. That's gonna be great. That was. Yeah, I broke the record. I think I gotta beat him a second time. Here we go! I have no clue if I'm gonna beat him a second time. Frosty slide for 8 red coins. Okay, now I know exactly what to do. Yeah, there were 2. One that you went out, and the second one you did the race. Second one. Third one. Better not slide me off that edge. Better not slide me off that edge. Fourth one, let's go. I learned Meta Wows. I know there's 2 up where we're going. There's none right there. There's 2 up where we're going. 6. 6, 7. No, this one. That's 5. No! I remember 7 is probably like... Yeah, 7 is right there, and then 8 is that one. Yes, 8 is that one. Unless this is the net. Yes, that's the net. Oh, okay, so you can. Did I already get that? Where am I supposed to go? No! Mario! Oh my god, you're scaring me. Mario, you're scaring me. No. Woo! Oh my gosh. Then you go on this one. Yes, this one. I can't see the bridges. It's like, you go on the bridge. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, all you do is just drop down. GG's. Imagine I sell that jump. Everything is just no more. What's next on the agenda?
Here we go!
What is next on the agenda? Wow, another part. Yes, I'm keeping the streak going. Next thing's next. Snowman's lost his head. I cannot do that one, I don't think, without a reset. If I can, that'd be fun. But then, even if I didn't get it, I'd still have to reset because I have to. Please tell me he's not here. Okay, he's here. No, bro, you're selling. Oh no. So 2026. That's supposed to be a big year, right? Please tell me I can try this. I can. Okay. 2026. It's gonna be a big year, man. We're gonna get the YouTube streaming access back. I forgot to put my soundboard thingy on, and I forgot to put the thing on. Give me like 2 seconds because I forgot to do that. Oh, how stupid I am. So yeah, we get the YouTube streaming back. It's gonna take a couple months. It's alright. It's gonna take a couple months. Right here. Yes! Good job! Good job! Hey,
Here we go!
if I can time it correctly, wall kicks will work. If I can time it correctly. Stop stuttering. I mean stop stuttering. No, you didn't! The slide messed me up. I need to jump before the slide. That's what I need to do. Oh, that's the last one too? We could have had like a whole... Bro, we could have had like a whole chain. Not that far. Dang. Not that far. Oh my gosh. Super Mario 64 is just that game. It's that game where you can mess up and all will not. Alright, take 2. Did I get it? Oh, I got it! Guys, that was the first try. That wasn't the second try. No! I have to do all of that over again because I had, like, all the coins. Are you dead serious? Oh, that's messed up. Oh, and I could have just came down here. I could have just came down here. Ah. Dude. There's a song I'm going to add onto the soundboard for the last soundboard of 2025. And, if you watched the thing, you'll know exactly what this song is. You telling me that I could have just gone, you know what? I'm gonna support my hypothesis. Alright, enough. I'm gonna go support my hypothesis. I'm gonna go and support my hypothesis. Because I don't trust that. Alright, so the hypothesis is what I could have done is I could have went to from the platform, the bomb-on platform, I could have went down and then just went and did the wall jump thing. I mean, it is right there. It's not possible. Hi, I'm prepared to get it. Yeah, that was not possible. Okay, so that is the only way.
Mamma mia!
There we go.
Hego!
Oh, that's so smart. Woo! Dive into that star. And now that we literally sold the last one, what I have to do is do the coin mission now. No! No! Okay, I got that one. That was scary. We got the candle, so that's good. We got the candle. But that is another passageway we can take now. I'm gonna sell the shot. Okay, I didn't sell the shot. Let's go. I am gonna have to take a slide. That is not just a possibility, that is a yes. Because the slide is gonna give me like a whole bunch of points. We probably gonna be finishing Super Mario 64. I believe we're gonna finish it. Is the penguin still there? So now we came out with 46 stars. I don't want to do this over again though. Oh my gosh. What is that knockback? Is it because you we gotta do the slide here. I know we already did like a slide. We're doing good, we're doing good, we're doing good. No! No! You... Are you serious? There's no way. Nah. 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 Alright, stream's over. Stream's over. Nope, we canceling the stream. Stream's over. Why is my mic so low? Turn it up a little bit. There we go. Yep, stream's over, guys. Sorry. I'm just playing with y'all. I never end stream with y'all. I never end stream like that. I'll never end stream like that. I'll never do that. But yeah, that was funny. I'm gonna clip that. That was funny. Bum bum bum. That's funny. Bro, that jump was so No! That jump was so crazy. I'm not even gonna lie. That jump was so crazy. Wait, why did it stop? Hold on, no, wait, why did it stop? No, bro, don't do that. Don't do that. Never mind. Just want to say Happy New Year's to everyone because, well, Happy New Year's. It's New Year's. You guys deserve it. $2026 is probably just gonna be that 1 year. And I swear, if it's that 1 year, it's that 1 year. We get our YouTube stream, we pivot. Oh my god, I can't speak. What did I say? Just forget it. Let's just go back to Mario 64.
Let's go.
Wait, what? Is it my mouse? Pause. Is it my mouse acting up or is it my stick acting up? Okay, it was my mouse acting up. Okay, yeah, it was my mouse acting up. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to go down there. Gotta go for 2 rounds. Ow! Stupid. Ow! So there's the star that we don't need. Apparently. There's the star that we don't need, apparently, because we already got it. I've already saved your child, ma'am. If it wasn't in this episode, it was probably in the other episode. It was probably in the last time I played this game. Ma'am, I've already saved your child. After I play this game, I might play SM60. I might play DS. I might play DS. I heard DS was fun. Mainly because it got Yoshi in it. But like, I want to play DS. DS sounds fun. And it's got like a whole bunch of new levels. Heck yeah, man. Of course, I want to play Super Mario 64 DS. That sounds like fun. Okay. Hey, stop. Stop. Forget it. You wanna know why I said forget it? Just no joke. Yep, there you go. You'll see how important this is later. So here's later. No! Simba! No! I'm dead. No, you didn't! And I'm dying with Oh my god. Oh my god. Today's not that day. Today's not the 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 day. We're ending off with a bang! Speaking of 67, I cannot wait for the great meme reset. Like, seriously. I'm hearing that's gonna be some fun. Although, I do not want to hear Big Chungus. Like, Big Chungus wasn't really that funny to me. 6-7 is just like, it's just a practical joke. Give me that coin, daddy. What? I'm gonna go for the fudge! Anyways, as I was saying, 67, it drove you to insanity, but Big Chungus was like funny. So funny, even Warner Brothers acknowledged it as a joke. LaMelo Ball has yet to acknowledge. Wait, has he acknowledged 6-7 yet? I don't think so. I don't care. That's not my problem. I cannot wait for 2026, bro. I got this new intro for 2026. You. There are a lot more coins where that comes. Wow! We gotta do the slide again. Yes! 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 Oh my gosh. We're already at 69. That's not supposed to be a joke. We're already at 69. I'll come back here later. Yep, there you go. Wait, I think we got it. I think we just... We're gonna need one more then. better not mess this up. Let's go! 104 stars. Let's go.
Here we go.
Let's go. Nah, I'm getting out of here. I'm getting out of here. I could not wait. Oh, I can roll. I forgot about that. Hold on. I just want to see it. Okay, it's not. We're not ready yet. It's not ready yet. It's not ready yet. Next one is. Which one's number 5? Oh, Big Boo's Haunt. We gotta go to Big Boo's Haunt. We gotta go to Big B's, guys. We gotta go get some coffee. What y'all want? I'm going to Big B's. What y'all want? Go on to Ghost Hunt. Let's go. Hey, it's the map builder. It's the wreck. Thank you. I like the mad piano. Ooh, oh! The only one I don't have is invisibility. Wild. Okay, I got it. Ghosts don't die. Yeah, they don't die. I think I'm gonna need the invisibility potion. The invisibility. Did I just get juked out by a ghost and then quit out the game? Nope. That level of disrespect is not tolerated on this channel. The ghost is now banned from Twitch. We banned the ghost from Twitch, guys. We're banning the ghost from Twitch. I'm playing. Cause I don't even think I saved. Cause that's on me. I don't even think I saved. Oh.
Okie dokie.
I'm in debt. Okay, yeah, I did save. I gotta go do Big Boo's Haunt again. Guys, round 2, we're going. Alright, round 2 at Big B's. Let's go. Because I want to go. Bro, the Big B's near me closed. I forgot about that. Yeah, so the Big B's that I had near where I live closed down. So that freaking sucks. Woo!
Let's go.
I'm in here. First things first, I do need to go through. Get here. Ghosts don't die. Ghosts don't die. This is kind of bug out. Where you at, Dylan? Hey. I am gonna be taking breaks because I do have stuff that I need to do still. I'm gonna check on my clothes real quick. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna check on my clothes. See if they're washed. Cause I am washing my clothes right now. It's funny how you know that 2025 was weird. I can't even tell Okay, so my clothes are done and I'm washing my sheets. Like I'm drying my sheets, but I'm washing my clothes. But like my clothes are done washing, so I gotta wait for my sheets to dry. 2026. You little stinker. You little stinker. How dare you? This is Luigi's job. There we go. Whee! That's it. Going on a ghost hunt.
Let's go.
This game is fun. Like seriously, this game is fun. Oh my gosh. Y'all don't know how fun this. Wait! Sonic 06! I'm gonna crash out. Come on! Alright, so my plan for doing this mission... Okay, first off, why do you keep doing that? So my plan for this mission is, we gotta do the coin one, and we gotta do the boo one, since the boos give you like 5 coins each. And then the scuttlebugs give you 3. This box gives you like a bunch, I think 10. Like I already got 19 from that. This blue gives you 5. Another blue gives you 5. So that's 29. These boxes should give you Wait, if that's a 1-up, I'm gonna crash it. Oh, wait. I can't reach that! The silly devs knew I couldn't reach it. Yeah, the silly devs knew I couldn't reach it. I'm giving up. This one right here. 2, 3. Boom! I'm so cringe. Alright, now we're going to the mansion. Let's go. Hey, this is a Luigi's job. Why am I doing this? Move! Move! Oh my gosh. I'm gonna miss you guys. So if y'all didn't know by now, Chip is taking over my channel like literally tomorrow. So I had to get this stream in before chaos erupted. I'm gonna miss you guys. Number 1. Number 2, stay safe. Number 3, just like, oh god. Just, I don't know. Chip is Chip. Just let him be. Ah! Oh my god! Oh, I didn't know about that one! See, you learn something in the old games every single day. You don't, but like, that's just amazing. That goes back. That is an illusion. Yeah, we're definitely getting the 100 coin star. Alright, better not happen again. There you go. Okay. Woo! Whoa. Hey! Bro, he jumped high for that star. Bro probably got a concussion. Alright, let's go. Didn't even have to try for that one. Yep, here we go. That was a goated play right there. My skill of playing video games has just improved. No, I didn't hit that one in time. I remember that. The fact that I remember that is crazy. Alright, so I got the coin star. But now I need to circle back there anyways. 'Cause... 1, Alright, so we got the 8 red coin star.
Here we go!
But now I gotta circle back anyways, because I'm gonna go for another boo, I think. Man, I wish that one could respawn. That would literally would have been like blue coins! Hey! We got it!
Here we go!
Yep, got it. I'm doing all of this without the Alright, round 2. Oh, he got bigger. Hey, well, at least we got the 100 star. Yeah, at least we got the 100 star.
Mamma mia!
Let's go. We're gonna finish this. Big Boo's Haunt. We're gonna finish Big Boo's Haunt.
Let's go!
That merry-go-round. I know you're up there. I don't know why, and I know it wasn't for y'all, but Mario 64 and Sonic Adventure was always those 2 games that I just wanted to play for no reason. And now that when I was able to play them for the first time, that was mind-changing for me. Like, even though I've already played Odyssey, I still wanted to play Mario 64. Like, that's how dedicated I was to playing those games. And when I got Sonic Adventure DX, that was a game. So, I went to go see Anaconda, the one with Jack Black in it. Oh yeah, he did good, like really, really good. So, when I went to go see Anaconda, that was some good acting. I can't lie, that was some good acting. Oh my gosh, bro, I'm not gonna spoil the entire thing. But that was a movie. All right, I'm just gonna let y'all know. That's all I'm saying. That was a movie. Jack Black. Right? Oh yeah, this is the second one. I forgot.
Here we go!
Big Boo's balcony and then the invisibility. I believe it's I'm gonna check and see what I went. Bro, it's gonna be the Sonic 06. It's gonna be the Sonic 06 anniversary. We gotta watch the Lythro thing. We gotta watch the Lythro thing. We gotta watch the Lythro thing. Like seriously, we gotta watch it. There is no way. We gotta watch it. We gotta watch live throw. We gotta watch live throw. That is gonna be funny. Just gonna go upstairs. Okay. Hopefully, this last one is something I can do. Because if I can't do Sonic 06 was not bad, but also not good. If I had the opportunity to play it, I'd play it. Here's something I have to do. No, you didn't. No! No! Mario, you're goated. Mario, you're goated for that. Mario, you're goated for that. We gotta go back. Go. Mario, you're goated for that, but please don't tell me I have to redo the entire thing. Please don't tell me I have to redo the entire thing. Please don't tell me I have to redo the entire thing. Okay, I don't have to redo the entire thing, thank God. No! Oh my God, I'm dead. Oh, I have to redo the whole thing again! Oof.
Mamma mia!
I gotta redo the whole thing again! Ah, this is so annoying! Wow! My God. This is worse than the time I played Baldi. Cue the Family Guy music, please. Bro, this is only the 5th one! Gosh! I am tackling this game. I better not sell like the last one. I'm itching and I'm twitching, and I'm ready to fight. Itching and I'm twitching, and I'm ready to fight. No! As long as I just don't exit the course yet. There is no way! No. Gravity's working against me today. Gravity's working against me. Bro, no. Are you serious? Bro, there's no way. Ain't no way. No, we're leaving. We're leaving. We're leaving. Oh my God! Oh my God! Bro, I died in the castle! Nah, we're done. Clip that. Someone, I'm clipping that. I'm clipping that. What in the heck, bro? I'm definitely clipping that. Bring it back in a minute. tried escaping it, bro. It did not work. It did not work. That was the worst. Bro, what? Why does it keep saying it's stopping? Hold on, now I want to check my YouTube and see if it's uploading or not. Because if it's not working, then I'm gonna be upset. Oh yeah. It's not uploading. Mario keeps sleeping. Guys. Hey, where's my volume mixer at? Oh, never mind. I was gonna wake him up, but never mind. Why is it my light again? No! Okay, there we go. Beat you. I beat you! Fair and square. That sucks so badly. Don't you hit me. They're not going through. Okay, so clips aren't working for some strange reason. Clips aren't working. Number one. Number two, I have no flipping clue. Okay, so apparently I just died. Crazy work. Crazy work. Crazy work. Alright, but still, yeah, we need to lock in. Bro, why am I losing? I'm losing followers here. So, thank you guys. Wait, is my... Thank you guys for 300 subs on YouTube, which we hit 2 days ago. Thank you guys so much. I don't really have a speech prepared. Oh my gosh. Okay, so,
Thank you guys for 300 subs. That's basically all I gotta say. I worked too hard for this. I built this brick by brick. Expect, and if I feel like it, expect me to get a capture card in 2026. Expect me to get a capture card in 2026. Expect me. Expect for y'all to see NES footage in 2026. And you know what? One more thing.
there is one game I do want to play on this channel. Guys, I want you to expect Shining Force and Shining Force 2 to be played on this channel.
Hands down, two of the best RPGs.
Hands down, two of the best Sega RPGs. Hands down, two of the best Sega RPGs. I can't lie. So y'all gonna get some... Oh, and also y'all gonna get some skating videos. Yeah. And you know what? I might wear my skate costume. Yeah, for Streets of Rage? Yeah? Yeah, ain't nobody here. But wow, this is the last stream of 2025. No, not one song. Push me to the edge. All my friends are dead. Push me to the. That's basically what he did there. And he's dead. See, that's how it happened last time. Just that. Coward, come back. Come back, coward. Come back. Okay. I gotta go back up there and get the, How did I do the roof again? I forgot how I did the roof. Oh my gosh. Is it this one? Or did I just... That's not how it works. Maybe I just need a triple jump. Or do like the ground pound jump. Because we do have that. We do have extra moves in this one. Because this is Mario 64 Plus. SM64 Plus. I just clipped the floor. Okay. Bro, we gotta get this. We gotta get this, bro. Come on, bro. Come on! We gotta get this. Please! Stop! This New Year's, I'm gonna be spending time with my mom and my cousin. I'll be with my mom and I'm gonna be with my cousin. So, and I might go see my grandparents. I do not know. I gotta get on the roof somehow. Okay, we're back here again. No! You cannot deny me passage! Oh, I'm glitching. Oh, I'm glitching. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You cannot deny me passage. How am I supposed to get on that roof? How am I supposed to get on the roof? Imagine it's just some lame way. Like you have to have the invisibility suit in order to get on the roof. No! Alright, that's it. How do you get on the roof? How do you get on the roof in SM64? How do you... How do you flippin'... What am I trying to say? How do I get on the roof? This is literally going to be the hardest, like the most longest taking sections. I'm going to edit this? Bro, that would have been crazy. Imagine I just have to walk up there. No! I died again! Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm about to rage. I'm about to crash out. 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 Y'all give me a second. I'm about to crash out. I'm about to crash out. I'm about to crash out. How? How do you get on the roof? Oh my gosh, bro.
I'm tired.
Be tired. I'm gonna look this up like it's 2025, since it is 2025. How to get on the roof in SM64 BBH. You need second floor. Use a long jump to get on the slippery roof, whether you crawl or carefully walk to the small. A long jump to get on the slippery roof. Hit 3 to jump on the long jump from the balcony onto the roof. Oh, you can crawl! Mario, you about to turn into a baby for a bit. Let's go. Oh, heck no. What we're not gonna do is die at the castle. What we're not gonna do is die at the castle. That's too much of a skill issue. I gotta get the yellow. I gotta get the red coins. I'm literally at 2 HP. Yeah, thank you. There we go. This is why I do not fucking like this game. Oh my gosh! Okay, I'm about to crash out. Shout out to Google, by the way. No! Are you serious? Dude, hold on. Got a little Spider-Man action here. Spider-Man does whatever a spider can when he swings from his web. He's gonna try to get that one up and he's gonna get it. Bah! Hey! Finally! Oh my gosh. What's the last one I had to do? Eye to eye in the secret room. Alright, so now I know what I gotta do. We gotta go down to the basement. I did Dire and Hazy Maze. Wasn't I supposed to do Hazy Maze? Oh, I did Hazy Maze for the metal cap, I think. Yeah, I did Hazy Maze for the metal cap. My fault. Mario, what happened to my moat? That was my precious moat. Mario, what happened to my moat? Mario! What happened to my moat? I know darn well you didn't do this! Mario! I need to stop. This one was always the toughest. hope I can get it first try. I'm confident. I'm not that guy. Probably not. That's why. Jump! Woo! Oh my god! Jump! Woo! I got it! Let's go! Oh my god! First try! First try! Let's go! Imagine I fell through the floor.
Here we go!
Nope. We getting out of here.
Mario! What happened to my moat? I know darn well you did not just drain my moat like this. It was so beautiful. Now look what you did. You owe me for the property damages.
You owe me for the property damages. You owe me for the property damages is crazy. Through here, I could just slide to the left. Slide to the left. Freeze! Everybody clap your hands. Alright, but it's alright. Oh, I got it! I got it. Y'all saw that. I got it. There was like a little slither, but I got it. Oh, wait. We need to go to Big Boo's Haunt. Oops. I forgot. Oopsies.
Go.
So... we need to go. I know exactly where we're going. I need to go and I need to get the invisibility power up first. Eye to eye, so it has to be in there, right? So, if I do that. Oh, I sold! Yo, nice!
Here we go! Here we go!
Yo, nice!
So we got the Big Boo's Haunt.
Alright, Big Boo's Haunt is done. We got 45 stars already. I want to say we went for both of the... Yeah, we did. So now we can go down here. No, we cannot go down. Yes, we can go down here. Because we did... Bob-omb's Battlefield. No, we did not finish Bob-omb's Battlefield. We gotta go back. Is there any others I didn't do the thing with? Wow, it's only Bomb on Battlefield. That's great. It's only Bomb on Battlefield. That's crazy. Alright, so...
해고.
There was one game. Super Mario Kart. Super Mario Kart Star theme is so good. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. No, it wasn't this one. It was Mario RPG. SMR, yes. This one was so good. I'm still jamming to this. Oh my gosh. Okay, we need to find like the actual one. No, like the actual one. Fine. Videos. I need to find like the actual one. No. Oh, let me see it. Star Hill. No. Impressible Star. Is it this one? Yep, this one hits. I feel like the remix like hit it better. I feel like you should combine them. That'd be a good idea. Oh, wait, we're in the wrong one then. I think, okay, we'll try it. It's gonna be a bit harder because on top of me is crazy. No, other side. I've been playing Mario 64 a lot. I feel like after we get this one, I'm gonna call it quits and go to the game I actually want to play. Yeah, I'm gonna take both of them and I'm gonna combine it. Well. Also, I gotta check on my clothes. Oh. Okay then, so Mario 64 decided that they want us to end off on 45 stars. So, that's it for Mario 64, guys. So, what am I trying to say here? What I'm trying to say here is that this next game is so dang good. I'm gonna tell you, it might be better than it's. It's Streets of Rage. I know it's Streets of Rage. I know I'm a Streets of Rage glazer. However, this next game. Oh wait, I already did that, right? This next game that I'm about to show y'all, this next game that I'm about to play with y'all, is so good. I'm telling you. This is the game. This is the streets. This is the experience. Can y'all see that? Tell me y'all can see that. Tell me y'all can see that. Okay, y'all can see that. Y'all can see that. Y'all can see that. Dude, this intro goes so hard. Streets of Rage 3 is so well represented here. The Atom sprites look good. Max has another form. Axel is just so... Blaze is good. Even my boy Skate gets some respect in here. Zan is just Zan. He's mid. Bro, Streets of Rage. This is Streets of Rage 4. I'm just gonna let y'all know this right now. Wait, but I did. Alright. Wait. Wait, what? Wait, what? What is arcade mode now? Okay. Okay, this is weird. Okay, hold on. Game settings. System settings, control settings. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So we get to pick your own route. I want to do the Streets of Rage 3 route. Oh, wait. That's the wrong one. My fault, gang. I messed up. I messed up. Fine, I'll do some Max gameplay. Oh, my God. Max is just so slow. That's why I don't like playing as Max. The rumble gives me a massage. The rumble gives me a massage. Okay, so the rumble is like wrong. Yeah, rumble is just wrong. Yeah, show the titles, control options. Yeah, we can. I like that it's giving me a massage. I might use this game as a massager, but. Now my controller's just rumbling. And that I don't like. I gotta disconnect my controller. Okay, good. Because I don't want my controller to do this. It's literally the same. Okay. Whoa! Whoa! Was that a backflip? Was that a backflip? Streets of Rage X, hold on! You're cooking. Streets of Rage is cooking. Streets of Rage X is cooking. Alright. This is not the character I want to play as. We're gonna play as the actual character I want to play as. I gotta see how to switch. Ah, no, that's your... Ah, there we go, okay. Character I want to play as is Streets of Rage 2 Skate. Because Streets of Rage 2 Skate is my main, my goat, my guy. Okay, I can understand these controls like really quickly. They know how to... You know what? We're not doing Streets of Rage 3. I just realized we're not doing Streets of Rage 3. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do Streets of Rage 2. But I do want to use 3 though. You know what? We'll use 3. Because I do like 3 a little bit. Streets of Rage 3 Skate in this game. In this game! Is really good. Like, look, hold on. Watch the intro. Watch the intro. Watch the intro. This is peak fiction. I played this a couple times. Dude, I am seriously, and I mean seriously. Look at this intro! Oh my god! 4 young friends, rage burning inside of them, make a stand for friendship and peace. They risk their lives, man. They risk their lives. They risk their lives on the streets of rage, man. I'm gonna go get something to eat. I'm going to go get something to eat really quickly before I play this amazing game. Woo! Look at that transition! Look at that transition. Oh my god, look at that transition. They don't know. Alright, I'm gonna go get something to eat like really quickly before I Oh my gosh. I gotta get the thing now. I gotta do the thing now. Bubsy. I'm getting the OST for the, okay, Mario RPG. Bro, that is literally it. Alright, I'm going to Audacity because I'm about to cook in the studio. Y'all want to cook in the studio with me before I go get something to eat? We're going to cook in the studio before I get something to eat. Hold on. Skip. Okay. Alright, come on. We're going to cook in the studio before I get something to eat. Here's Audacity. Say hi to Audacity. This is my Audacity workspace. Say hi. This is where all the magic happens. Not with my remixes, because that's just not fair. That's not how I do my remixes. But if you really want to know how I put tracks together and stuff, this is how I did it. So we got the Streets of Rage, we got the Irreplaceable Star, and then we got the import, the other one. See if it works. If this does not, oh, it's not gonna work. Hold on. I might have to move it a little bit. Right here, I think. Okay, let's see here. It kind of worked. Hold on. I actually want to see effects, pitch. I want to see pitch. Hold on. Ooh. Ooh. What about if I do it 10? Alright, yeah. We will come back to this later. We're gonna come back to this later. Because I do have something I want to show y'all. Yeah, we're gonna save it. We're gonna save it. Alright. So I'm going to go and get something to eat. I will be right back. And when I come back, we're gonna do the Streets of Rage game, and I'm gonna show y'all an exclusive remix that I'm going to share with y'all an exclusive remix that I made. So we'll be right back. I'm back, and I brought Chip with me. Hello. And we both are going to. Well, we gotta do some things first, but like, other than that, Streets of Rage is cold. I mean, it's still there, so yeah, there we go. Alright, Streets of Rage X. Let's see what this game got buzzing for me. Woo! Actually, there are some stuff. Oh my god. Guys, I'm so sorry. There's some stuff that I want to turn on. 9 lives, 9 credits. Type graphics menu. Music test. Multiplayer unlockables. Infinite juggling. Weapons 2 levels. And the scrolling speed is fast. Alright, let's do Streets of Rage 2. With Streets of Rage 3 Skate. Let's go. This game actually looks pretty cool. I know. Like, seriously. Dude! That scrolling speed was crazy. Crazy work. Whoa! I'm trying to do the wall thing. Let me see. Oh, I'm trying to see it! Oh, it doesn't work. Okay. Alright, time to die. Woo! Oh my gosh! Oh, he fell down that hole. That was so sick. I hate these knife guys though. Look at that. What? Alright, this game's pretty good. I need... My attack button needs to be this button, and my jump button needs to be that button. That might work for me. Yep, that works. Woo! Was that a... Oh my god, okay. I think my mic is still muted. Okay, my mic's not muted. Oh my god, I didn't screw up. Last stream of 2025, I'm not screwing up. Oh! And see, one thing that Streets of Rage X does is it gives you some extra routes. Hey, that guy looks like Axel, but with skates hat. Pretty neat. Dude.
Brother, what? What? Bro, this game is crazy. 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 I like this game. I like this game. This game is crazy. Oh, I love this game so much. This is the new Streets of Rage 4. Sega, take notes. Wait, imagine we get Axel Stonen as a racer in Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. That would be so sick. That would have been so sick. Axel, Blaze, Max, and Skate as 4 raceable characters. That would have been sick. I'm telling you, that would have been sick. Come on, clap it up. That would have been so sick. And we jump out the window. Boom. Oh, I wanted to keep him in the jungle. Oh, I wanted to keep him in the jungle. They made it easier now to do the thing. They made it... In Streets of Rage 4, they made it easier to do. No, and I lost. Can this game not get any better than this? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Can this game not get any better than this? This is the Streets of Rage experience. Woo! Oh my gosh. This is the Streets of Rage experience. I want to show y'all the Streets of Rage 1 route with I want to show y'all the Streets of Rage 1 route with Axel. This is a goated character. This is a goated character. Y'all gonna see it in a bit. Watch. Did you see that? That's a Shoryuken. That's a Shoryuken. That's a Shoryuken. My man out here pulling out Shoryukens. And another thing you can do with the sound. Oh wait, no. System options. Yeah, this one. If you can hear it. They also have the CD sound. The CD sound effect. I don't really like the Sega CD sound effects. Dude, this Axel looks so sick.
I didn't mean to call the police. My fault.
Whoa!
This street. Okay, get rid of the. Gonna bully Antonio. Oh, Antonio's gonna bully me then. Okay.
What? Did y'all not see that move? Did y'all not see that move?
Even the bosses in this game had supers. So if the time, oh my gosh, this game is crazy. Yep, there we go. Streets of Rage. I like Dilapidated Tower, but we gotta do Streets of Rage 3. And finally, for the final game in the franchise, Streets of Rage 3. Let's go. This intro goes hard. It is the year 19XX. Let's just say it's 1989. Rakushin, or element 122, has been discovered by Dr. Gilbert. This element emits a massive amount of radiation as it decays. Harnessed as a weapon, this element caused the worst disaster in history. We're gonna beat Streets of Rage 3. We're gonna do Streets of Rage 3 round. Axel, check out these clippings. An enormous Rakushin explosion has left Wood Oaks City has left 30,000 dead and 8,000 wounded. Dang. Sources reveal that a large cache of the chemical has vanished from the syndicate operating Kelly Research Institute. Are they responsible for this crime? Mysteriously, General Petrov has been missing since the devastating event. Is this a cabal to start a conflict between the Lima nations? We've been assigned these two cases, Axel. Your partner, Blaze. Yes! Boom! But I like Bare Knuckle 3 better. Bare Knuckle 3 just hits. For my Japanese people. Yeah, not today, bro. This gets my mom good. Cowards. Nasty. Whoa. Streets of Rage 3. Woo! I need the police, bro. I need the police. Oh my god. Including that, this is kind of like Streets of Rage Remake, but faster. This is what I wanted! This is what I wanted! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is what I wanted. This is what I wanted. This is what I wanted. When I played Streets of Rage Remake, and then I went and I played Streets of Rage 4, and then I went back and I played Streets of Rage Remake. Remake was so slow. It was so slow. So I kept playing Streets of Rage 4. Now when I play Streets of Rage 4, now that is just so slow. Because this game has fast pace. I love it, I love it, I love it. My characters are represented so well. Oh my freaking gosh. This is the Christmas present I asked for. I cannot believe that I have not seen this game before. But this is the game. 10 and 10, we beat the Streets of Rage 3. Let's go. One sitting. Woo! Woo! Bro, my button inputs. My button inputs. Oh my god, I'm so tired of that. Oh my god! This is the game. This is the game. And then cycle 1? Okay. Oh my god. We are definitely playing Fortnite after this. We are definitely playing Fortnite after this. Oh my god! Did y'all not see that? Dude! Oh, I missed it. Oh, the bike got me. Dude! I am flying through this game. I'm flying through this game. I'm flying through this game. Dude, the juggling in this game is insane. The juggling in this game is insane. Just because I have infinite juggling on. Dude! The
juggling in this game is insane! The juggling in this game is insane! Oh, the juggling in this game is insane. I love the juggling. It's just gonna be Ash, right? Oh no, there's gonna be more. Y'all ain't even gonna get the chance! Y'all ain't even gonna get the chance! Y'all ain't even gonna get the chance! Bro, this game got me hyped. 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 What? Oh, I missed that. Alright, that was a good throw. That was a good throw. Good throw. Good throw. Oh my gosh. This game is crazy. Actually, you know what? Ash. Alright, I'm gonna give y'all some fun facts about Ash. That was who we just faced just now. I'm gonna give y'all some fun facts about Ash. Alright, so first of all, I want to give a shout out to, Ash is gay. I'm gonna say that. I'm just gonna put that flat out there. Ash is gay. And I'm not gonna no. Ash is gay, and he was a character originally in the not the Western releases, because they scrapped him because they thought people were gonna be influenced, which I'm still mad about. Like, you can't just cast out a character because of influence. Like, we were gonna do it anyways. That's not the point. The point is, this character is so dang strong. And in the Japanese and in the European releases, he was that character. He was that character. So if you ever, and I mean ever, want to play Streets of Rage 3, you play the Japanese release, or you play the Asian release, or the European release. Do not play the Western release. Ash is such a goated character, and I can't, like, shout out to my LGBT. But Ash is such a good character in this game to play as. Ash is such a good character to play as. I know I'm glazing Ash right now, but Ash is such a good character to play as. Like, it was more... Ash was more... I can't... Okay, hold on. I'm gonna look it up. I'm probably gonna get banned for this. I did want to drop that history. Why was Ash banned from the West in SOR 3? Ash was banned due to this... Okay, so... Ash is... Oh! So he was one of the many censorships because so as I'm seeing, so they never provided an explicit reason, but he was a stereotypical character. Like, you know, what's that? You know how General Black from Dragon Ball, he was like, he had that stereotypical look, but he didn't do stereotypical things? It's kind of like that. So, a poster of him does appear in a boss fight, in Nora's fight in Streets of Rage 4, which I'm glad he got that representation. However, his character was ass. They used him the wrong way. They used Ash the wrong way. Like, if he could have been like a bad guy turned good, that would have been some storytelling. So, it was like, we're not adding this character because we could possibly get canceled. So Ash was a character because Ash was a character who was like, oh, we're going to get canceled for this. So we're just not going to add him in there because we might get canceled for this. And Sega didn't want to get canceled. So I had to put it in the terms. So Ash is just that character that was cancelable. And I'm glad he's not cancelable, because then I get canceled. And the many of people who played the Japanese release of Streets of Rage 3 would also get canceled. A lot of people do like his character, though. And his, like, it was just wrong. It was just wrong. So it's either, it's a mix of things. Either because A, it would have the influence, B, Sega would have gotten canceled, or C, they just cut him because it wasn't really that. They probably would have lost like a lot of sales, and parents would probably be upset, and then they probably went to Nintendo. Sega lost the console war anyways, but like I'm just saying, I probably should have shut my mouth. But if you didn't know by now, I do not care what the heck you do. I do not care about anything. Like, as long as you're not racist and as long as you're not mean, I don't care what you do. Have fun. But you gotta be kidding me. That was such a good character with potential, and they cut him from the roster. Alright, enough talk. We need to lock in and beat people up in the streets. No. Oh yeah! And that's the other reason why I like Streets of Rage 3 Skate, because that was like a whole segment. Oh my gosh. Streets of Rage 3 Skate has his Streets of Rage 2 move as a rage move. And rage moves are like the ones where it goes with the ba-dum ba-dum, and then it like does like that big move like from like SOR4 does. It's kind of like those SOR4 special like star moves, but you have a yeah. And it builds up over time. Bro! Oh my god, he did it! He said the words! He said the words! He said Final Crash! He said Final Crash! Why am I glazing Shiva, bro? Why am I glazing Shiva, bro? He did it again! Oh my god! Yo! Boom! That is a stage. Now that is a stage. Oh my god, somebody clip that. Now that is a stage. It's gonna go for a while. Okay, we're on, Streets of Rage, our homie. Let's see if it says error this time or no. Does it work now or no? Because it should. Right? That was a stage. Alright, let's go. Streets of Rage, let's go.
Alright, let's go. Oh, I did the police. I didn't mean to do the police. My fault. Whoa! I have never seen a Donovan do that move before, like the Goku, like the Dragon Ball move. I've never seen a Donovan do that move before. And these remixes are good. Move, bro. I'm trying to kill your owner. I'm trying to get your owner, bro. I'm trying to save you! Rue! You're like my favorite character. Move. Go! See, I got you. No! I have to do that over. Wait. Okay. I've been revived. Dude, did you see that?
Bro, I hate these knife guys. Bro, they're so annoying. The knife guys always just mess us up. Like, seriously, yes, they do. Woo! That parry. I'ma dance. A, 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 A. Alright, I danced a little bit. I did my little dancey dance. Alright, let's go. Hey, these are the girls from the last game! Streets of Rage 1. Yeah. Whoa! Yeah, that's what you get. Mona and Lisa. Dude, you keep breaking the... Whoa! These two are in sync. I gotta take you out first. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, baby! That's what I'm talking about, baby. Oh my gosh. That is what I'm talking about, baby. Alright, let's go. This is one of my favorite songs in Streets of Rage. Oh, the helicopter! Actually, y'all, hold on. Cause if I do that, that's gonna be so cool. If I pull up my cousin, that'd be so cool. Is that really how it's looking right now? If I pull up my cousin, if I bring my cousin on here, and I play Streets of Rage with her, and I teach her the game, she's probably not gonna listen. She's probably gonna leave it like the first sight. But if I teach my cousin Streets of Rage, that'd be so cool. That would be cool if I taught her Streets of Rage. Hey! Let's go. Man. Haha. Oh, the helicopter, bro. I keep forgetting about that. I gotta move that somewhere else. Hey, look, it's the Joker! Yo, it's the Joker! Hey, look! Hey, yo, I'm gonna be friends with the Joker real quick. Hey, don't hit me. Hey, me and the Joker, we're pals. See, I will die for the Joker. Move. Hey, yo, bro, hold this. Here, Joker, wait. Joker. Joker? Okay. Dude, I told you to hold it! Oh, there's another Joker! That just killed me with a knife. And I just used the helicopter again. I gotta stop using the helicopter. Dang. Let's go. This is the game. I'm gonna take a knife with me. Whoa! Whoa! Yep, he's gone. If that doesn't do anything to him, I don't know what will. What? No. What? Dude is cheating! He's cheating! He's cheating! He's cheating! Bro was cheating. Continue. Happy Paradise, let's go. Dude, stop hitting the button! Stop hitting the button! What is this extra button? You're getting demoted. There you go. Yep. 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 Nope. Go back. Alright, let's continue this game. I do not want to use the dang. $83 hits. Woo! Oh, I love this song. Bum, 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 bum. Dude! Dude! Oh, heck no. What you're not gonna do is you're not gonna do. Nice. What? Let's go. Oh my gosh. This is normal, by the way. What? Dude, I blocked the train. I blocked the train. Dude, I blocked the train. Shinobi reverse. No healing. Let's go for it. Woo! That's one! Here's the second one! Oh my. There we go. Oh, I thought I could get it. Ayy! I thought I could get it. Fine, and almost deathless. Almost deathless. It's alright. Beat ambience. Oh my gosh. And I'm going the original routes. I'm not going through anywhere else. I want to do it as faithful as possible to Streets of Rage 3. As faithful as possible. So in Streets of Rage 3, you would go through those doors. The blue doors. You would not go through. Look, you see how that one blows up? Wait, what? Okay, never mind. We're not being faithful. I've never seen this. I've never seen this. I'm doing really good for this Streets of Rage run. Okay, after this segment of the level, I'm gonna check my clothes. Cause they should be done. Elevator time. Or not. Elevator time. This game is so fun. I'm just locked in. 70! 80! 80 hit combo! Oh my god. Okay, hold on. It's fine. I like redoing this. I like redoing this stuff. Actually, I did say I had to go and look at my clothes, so I'll be right back. I gotta go check my clothes. Alright, I'm back. Those biscuits were good for real. I cannot wait to finish this game. We got this, we got Sonic Unleashed, we got a lot of things to do today. Because today is literally the last day of the year. Boom! Today's the last day of the year. Bro, my controller! Bro! Bro! I need to stay calm with my inputs. Dude! Let's see how, This goes hard. The freaking... The freaking thing goes so hard. It goes so hard. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is possibly... This is possibly going to be like one of the best streams ever. I cannot lie. What the heck? Yo. Yo. Alright. This game is like, hold on. Hold on. Dude. This is gonna be crazy. Did you not see that parry? Okay. 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 Like, are you not seeing these parries? What? What? They had me in a juggle and I parried out of it. They had me in a parry and I juggled out of it. They had me in a juggle and I parried out of it. That's how goated the parry system is in this game. I did not see him there. These guys are cowards. I don't like this. That's one of the many reasons why I don't like Streets of Rage 3, because the weaker enemies block more. And I'm like, oh, Mr. X stepped up his game with his goons. Nah, they legit just block most of the time. No healing. Aw, man. Oh my god, I'm selling. Oh my goodness. Mine Dude 777. Who is Mine Dude 777? Who is Mine Dude 777 wanting to play? Is it Fortnite? Y'all want to play Fortnite with me? Nah. Y'all wrong for that. Speed is in South Africa right now. No one else is really online. I want to see how the clip turned out. No one else is really online. Yup. These are some good clips. And we're back down to 303 subs. This is not looking good. We are back down to 303. This ain't good, guys. This ain't good. We need to lock in, okay? There you go. Alright, we need to go. Okay, we gotta go down. Dude. I think it's this one. We gotta go down. I'm just locked in right now. Oh, wait. I can just hold that indefinitely. Okay, hold on. Because we got someone chatting in here. Yo! Wait, why'd you call me a hoe? Nah! Bro. Bro, why is my chat so funny? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so we're finishing Streets of Rage 3 because this game is just too amazing to not finish it. So we're finishing the game. That's what we're doing right now. We're gonna do so here's what you missed. The only thing you missed was Mario 64. That's all you missed. Literally all you missed. That's it. Literally the only thing you missed. Ain't really nothing else.
You just didn't really miss anything. Oh well. Let's get back to beating people up for a grade. Oh wait, that's the wrong game! Just save it. Let's get back to saving the world. Let me just put my thing on real quick. My on-screen chat real quick. And then there we go. And my on-screen chat doesn't work. Okay. I call 5. 5 was it. There we go! Hold on. Alright, I gotta help my mom with groceries. I'll be right back. We're gonna finish this. We're gonna finish this.
At the moment, he was currently occupied learning a TikTok dance with his cousin right now, who will be the same cousin that is learning Streets of Rage. It's probably gonna take us about, like, I don't know, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. This is Chip signing out. Alright guys, so we have like a little issue. I kind of sat on my headset and I kind of sat on my headset. I kind of sat on my headset. Press the one key right there. I kind of sat on my headset and I broke my headset. So what's gonna happen is I'm gonna have to use the I'm using super glue right now to like put it back together. But I gotta wait to use it. So no more headset, guys. Not now. But we got it. That's why I hate you, bro. That's why I hate you, bro. You're wrong. You're wrong. Twice in a row. You're wrong. No, I should ban you. You're wrong for that. Wait, is this the one with the? This is not the one with the bad control. I mean, it don't really matter because we're not using this stick at all, but still, the fact is it's kind of a broken control. It don't really matter. You mind if this stick don't work? Huh? You don't mind?
No, I don't mind.
Alright, bet. You clip it then! Clip it then! Go ahead! Today is literally like the busiest flipping day. One, two. I think this controller okay, it's connected to my PC now. Alright, I'm gonna bring you in. Do the right.
How about do this?
Oh, really? Okay, I'm changing the controller right now. So this is player 1. Alright. And this is player 2. Okay, it's not the best. Yeah, that thing is not. I'm about to say it's not the best, but yeah, we need. Hold on, let me see. Don't scream in the mic, bruh. That's my cousin, by the way. Say hi. That's my cousin, by the way.
Hello.
If any of y'all diss my cousin, you're banned immediately. I don't care who the hell you are. If you diss my cousin at all, you're banned immediately. No questions asked. Alright, let me get you set up real quick. Hold on. Hi. Yeah, he said hi. This is Black Ops. He's been with us since wait a second. How long have you been with this guy? Dang. Never mind. Don't answer that. Don't answer that. No. We on stream, so you cannot say that word. There are some people that do slip up, but yeah, you can't say that, bro. You can't say that. All right, let me. F.
I got it.
Right. A. Special. Start. Settings. And then the rumble is disabled. We get this set up right now. Alright, here. Alright. So this is. So we're gonna do a little. Last month I think, I don't remember. Okay. And then we made you mod. I think
I didn't know where they're going. Eat.
we made you mod during that one stream. You called the shot. You called the shot.
I don't know what I'm doing.
So this is Streets of Rage, aka the costume I was wearing that Halloween night.
And I forgot how to use this.
Alright, so basically we're not using the top stick. The bottom stick is what's wrong with it. I gotta fix it. But like, so basically, you got your jump button,
Jump.
your fight button.
Fight.
So we punching people. Stress relieving game. This is my stress relieving game. You got your special move. Oh no.
I want to throw hands in real life.
Hey yo, huh?
I want to catch fate. I want to throw hands.
You can't say that here.
Oh, my fault.
Can't say that. Well, actually, I have said that a couple times here. You can't. I can't lie. Hold on, we gonna switch your batteries real quick.
Beat it up. Beat it up.
I don't know why we use batteries, but we have to because well, that's just the economics of the world. They just want to ruin everything. So.
Oh, yeah. And where they go. Eat it up.
And those batteries don't even work.
Couldn't even. My fault.
Luckily, they're rechargeable, so I could just recharge them.
I got the damn thing.
Oh, you got it down? Hold on, let me see. You gotta save it. You gotta save it. No, you know how to save it? Oh no, no, I did it for you. Hold on, she gonna show me a dance real quick, and then I'm gonna teach her how to play Streets of Rage.
I got it. Ooh.
Let's see. Okay, that's magnifier.
Beat it up.
Okay, so that's magnifier. Oh. Yeah, forget that controller. That's not working.
I remember you was gonna get mad at me if I threw this and shattered it.
I was gonna get mad at. I am gonna get mad at you, cause well, that's my. You know what? No, never mind. I can't use that one. I was gonna let you use that one, cause that one had a That was good, but I can't.
I need and we're there. Eat it up.
Thank you for finding that piece.
beat it up.
Needed that.
Yeah.
That's my other half to my Switch
Boy,
controller.
I will never forget this. That thing, like, that annoys me so much. Though you brought that on the trip to Myrtle Beach too.
Yeah, I remember when I had a Switch, okay? I had a Switch.
Eat it up.
I'm nowhere like Silent, guys. I'm not a Smasher, but I did play Smash in my time. I'm nothing like Silent. This ain't no Silent beef though. I ain't trying to. Okay, I mean. Okay. Since we were at that part of the game, back. Start reload again. Okay.
I'm gonna learn this one too.
Oh really?
You don't call me baby boo.
Alright, let me see.
See, this the
Yes.
dance. With your feet.
Alright. What's up, player 2?
I'm gonna play one of my songs on my SoundCloud. Like,
That's the Xbox. Okay, I just realized.
I need a. Oh, you so high. I caught myself.
Ooh. Yep, I knew it. Alright. So that was the...
Let me stop.
Yeah, nah. Let me see if the Xbox is on, then... It's not on. Okay, so they're both connected. Yes, they're both connected. Okay, good. Uh-huh. Yep.
Land with you.
I bet. Yeah, you about to throw hands on this game. This game is fire. You're about to throw hands.
You wanna listen to one of my songs?
Alright, bet. Hold on, here. We can't play copyrighted music here because I could get kicked out.
That's fine.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Game settings, system settings, control settings, player 4. Okay. System settings, control options, player 2. Okay.
Did she delete my song?
Huh? Go game. Hey, we got it! Can I move? Okay, here, we got it! So,
Wait, where am I?
I mean, no, you didn't.
What did I do? Who, me?
No, not you. Okay, so I realized that with this game, not only is it like that game, but it's also like a rage bait. Alright, so first, we're gonna pause real quick. Alright, now we're going to... Alright, so you choose your character. You got like a whole bunch of options.
Mama Mirage, all like me. Hell, you fucking on everything. I ain't gonna
You gotta use this, but you gotta use these ones.
I ain't gonna ball like. Where am I?
So you gotta choose your character and then you press the punch button.
My way too pretty, yeah. Mama Mirage, all like me. Hell, you fucking on everything. I ain't gonna delay it. I ain't gonna ball like baby.
Alright, so then you use that to move. I think we should. Alright, do you want the ability to punch each other? Or do you not want the ability to
No,
punch each
because I
other?
might slip up and then you might.
No? Okay, alright.
Go and back in. Drugs with Ramsey. Keep messing. Pull up like cannon.
This feels so bad. But it's okay. We're gonna work with
like
it.
Pinocchio.
Yep, it's no, we gotta I'm gonna fix it tonight. I'm gonna fix the headset tonight.
Drink off the ball, fuck the red cup, screen out the murder, red run.
Chill.
You dead right, look at your son.
Alright, we gotta turn on the mic. Alright. So basically huh? Now you see? Now you see what you're doing? And then you can move back, you can come back, and you have to get the other one. Right here, I got him. Ooh, okay. Turn the music. Yeah, that works. Alright, come on. We gotta go. Okay, so if we went down on the last one, we're gonna go up on this one. Oh, shoot. Alright, do you want help? Alright, bet, hold on. So basically, you move with your directional keys, right? Alright, so basically, you use your stick to move around. You double tap it to run.
Wait, what do I do with that? Okay.
Your jump button is this. If you use
Jump, fight.
if you use your jump and fight, you can do a jumping attack.
One time.
If you use your X is your specials.
What's special?
So specials, they drain your health, but they do massive amount of damage. This is your rage attack. Your rage does like a whole bunch of damage.
Where?
This button right here.
Okay.
But you have to fill your meter first. Hold on, let me show you what happens if I use it.
Oh.
So it does like a whole bunch of damage. You got your defense button right here. And that's basically like the whole controller. So as you play, you'll find different ways to use the buttons. Alright, come on. Because we only got like a minute left before the thing starts going. We gotta go. Oh, we won. You gotta watch out for like the sparks on the bottom because they do shock you. Guys,
Oh, I'm horrible.
it's alright. Oh my god! Oh my god! I've never seen that one yet. I haven't seen that one yet. That is actually cool. Oh my gosh. Alright, and we home free.
Body.
Cause we won, so we home free.
Don't try me. Cause he's late to the party. Yeah. No.
Alright, you got that one. Alright, we right here. Right here, quick. Right here. Alright, we saved it. Let's go.
Ooh, chicken. I mean turkey. I said chicken. Oh my god.
It is ticking.
Get on my diet. They don't want it back yet. They want me to be diet.
I will give you a tip. You're gonna use your jump and your thing to do your air move. You need to use your air moves. In this boss, you need to use your air moves. I'm gonna do another round with you because we were in the middle of a route before you joined. So we're gonna finish this route. It's got like 2 more levels in it, and then we're gonna do like a new route. We're gonna do my favorite one.
Oh my freaking god.
Yes, and you see how good this game is? Like seriously.
No, it's irritating.
How is it irritating? Okay, yeah, I do see that. You gotta use the turkey to heal up. I'm dead. Alright, so you pick it up with your fight button. And then you can deal with it.
Oh, this
Don't crack! Oh my god.
No way.
Oh! Watch out. I hear you. Alright, we almost got it.
No, I died again.
Lamborghini.
Dude! Oh, I'm about to finish him off. Oh, never mind. It's up to you! It's
Oh,
up
watch
to you!
me die. Watch me die.
You're not gonna die. Watch. Hey! Hey, you did that! You did that! I'm gonna put it on. Alright, here, we on. Alright, so now we in the bite level. Uh-oh.
That dude.
Alright, that was me. So this one you gotta be careful, because not only are things in the back that's gonna get you, but there are things in the front that's gonna get you. And also him. He just is a jerk. He's just a jerk.
What do I do? How do I move? Like, what do I do? Like, I don't know what I'm doing.
You gotta use the up and down buttons for this one. But you can go back with the left and right button. You can go back and forth with the left and right buttons. But you also gotta watch out for him too, because he will.
Oh, I hit my head. My head gonna be swollen. Move.
Oh. So now we're at City Hall. I think when this game came out, it was supposed to represent the White House.
Oh.
I do not want to jinx myself though.
How dare you slam a wall?
For real. There are women in this game that are bad. I hate this. I hate. Wait, oh, there we go. No, that was me.
Mo.
Alright, let's go. Here, take an apple. Eat an apple.
I don't know how to eat it.
Press the fight button. You gotta go on top of it and then press it. Yeah, there you go. He stole my joke!
How dare these people like?
How dare these people whip me, bro? Nah! Hey, you got me. Oh, you parried! Don't ask because I don't even know that mechanic. I don't even know how to do that mechanic yet.
Huh? No. You slammed me?
Get him. Stand on business. I just quit the game. Oh my gosh, I sold. We need to go back. Alright, we back.
Bust down.
The amount of times I reset my game in this Streets of Rage 3 run is crazy.
This is fun, right?
This is irritating.
It is kind of irritating.
Like, why am I getting slammed? Eat dirt.
Alright, now this time I just gotta know how to reset the game.
How? I don't know.
That attack is just so. Which developer made that? Which developer made that a thing? Because kudos to that. This song used to make me cry when I played Streets of Rage 3.
What?
When I played Streets of Rage 3, this song used to make me cry so much. But then hearing the remixed one, that's a song. It's like you picked a bad ending, but you just don't know it.
How dare you slam me?
How dare you slam me? That's crazy.
Ooh, y'all big.
Y'all big bags. That's what I'm saying.
No, they ain't big back, they big. That ain't they belly, that ain't that big. That's that belly. They big.
Don't laugh. Don't laugh.
Oh, y'all set me on fire.
Boom!
Like, dang, hell, you fucking dairy, babe. I ain't gonna be in it. I'm so far. I ain't gonna go out like this. Hey, yeah. Why? Y'all way too friendly, I ain't gonna go like this.
See, the reason why you losing so many lives is because you're using your specials too much. So, if I'm gonna give you a little tip, don't use your specials a lot, cause even though you can get your health back from like your normal attacks, your specials drain a lot more health. So I suggest not to use your specials. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I ain't gonna ball like Hilly. Oh. I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, I got him in the combo! I got him in the combo! That is crazy.
Alright, now we in the final. Now this is the final one. This is the final one. This is the final one. So it was supposed to be all one game, but then they realized that multiple endings is like something that a lot of games had back then. So they were just experimenting with. So Streets of Rage 3 was a whole experiment. So this stage was supposed to be scrapped. And then the other one we played, the other bike one we did was supposed to be scrapped.
What am I doing?
We gotta move back in order to get them, but we also gotta move forward. So at first it might be a little confusing, but once you get the hang of it, it's like, I get it.
My fingers are sore. Who is this ball hitting me?
He's a bad guy. He's about to crash. Oh, well, he didn't crash. Oh! I got snatched! Did you see that? I got snatched! Nah, look, I'm gonna show you again. I'm gonna show you again. Watch, you about to get snatched. See, I got snatched! That snatched me up!
Why am I always getting slammed?
They always slam me too. You have Roblox on your computer?
Yeah, but I don't know how to download it, and then I can't upload it. What the
Oh! I forgot about that. I got it. I got it for you. I got it for you. They done snatched me up once again. They done snatched me up once again. Man, if I was in this game, I'd be snatched up so badly. Y'all ain't never gonna see me again. Y'all ain't never gonna see me again. Alright, let's continue. Let's continue. Oh yeah, she lost her stuff. I'm not. Why do I keep getting snatched up? Why do I keep getting snatched up? You know what? That's it. Come here. Let's go. No more getting snatched up. See, you got snatched up! Like, they always just snatching us up! Alright, Locker.
I don't know what I'm doing.
When I first played, I didn't really know what I was doing.
I feel like I don't know what I'm doing in the game, but in real life, let somebody figure it out. I'll fuck you.
No, you didn't! Nah, you bring your...
That looks like mine.
Say that one more time.
That looked like my teacher.
Hold on! Hold on! Is that the same teacher that I ain't saying compared to Baldy?
Yeah. No.
Oh, okay, I'm about to say.
Mr. Car is both.
Cause we gonna play Baldy. I'm gonna play Baldy.
Where am I? Oh, I'm dead.
You gotta press start.
And then you can change your character. So if you don't want to use it, you don't have to. So if you want to be, my character is a little bit easier. Alright, then press the fight button. Oh, you want to be Sammy? Alright, bet.
Who's Adam?
Adam is like literally the GOAT. He hasn't really been in a game. He hasn't been in this game, but he's a GOAT. He's also Sammy's brother.
No wonder why he goes.
How dare you!
I'm gonna make his character look so bad because, like, I don't know what I'm doing.
Alright, time to lock in. Depending on how long how long it takes for us to beat the final boss, it depends on what ending we get. Ow, don't you grab my cousin.
Y'all all slamming me.
You want to know how to get out of a slam? When you're thrown, you press up and then you press your A button. Up and A, but you have to time it right.
I don't know what I'm doing.
We always go to the right. We never go to the left. Oh, I messed my super up. She's talking to her friend right now. She's talking to her friend. Yep, we got him. All right, we gotta beat him fast, cause if
I don't know what I'm doing.
That's crazy. That is crazy. Bro, did you not see that? We had him entrapped in a corner. That was crazy. Can I get the extra life? Oh. Hey, well, you got second. Nice. Let's freaking go, bro. Streets of Rage 3 for the flippin' Genesis. That is crazy. Alright, I need to stop blazing this game. I need to stop blazing this game.
Yeah.
It's still... It still says we'll be right back. Are you serious? We did all that and it was still on the same screen.
Am I brown skin or light skin?
You brown, but you're not that brown. You brown, but you're not that
You know
brown.
what? You know what? Okay.
You brown, but you're not that brown.
I'm light skinned, but it's okay.
Alright.
I'll be dark skinned someday. I mean brown skin. No.
Ain't there no difference? If you're black, you're black. There's no difference. Alright, so clearly we sold the entire thing.
N-word.
Clearly we sold the entire thing, so
Oh, you making food.
we're gonna play a couple rounds of Fortnite cause I haven't played in a while and I need to play a bit.
I'm not playing with you.
Alright, bet.
Wanna see my food?
Alright, we're gonna play Fortnite. We're gonna lock in.
Wanna see my feet?
Alright, we locked in. We locked in. Ooh wee. Ayo, huh? Ayo, huh? Nah, get out. Alright, so basically what happened was we had like a whole combo going on the boss and we lost the footage. So we don't have any footage now. Yay. Crap. Alright, so we're gonna play some Fortnite for a little while and then we're gonna do Baldi. And maybe.
Just imagine if he was bald. Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna do you know what? I feel like going back to Melee for a little while.
Say hi. Look at yourself, Apollo. Yeah. That's a spaceship, Dee.
I haven't talked
Apollo 13.
I haven't really talked much. You are right. You haven't really talked much. Yeah, that's my fault.
You know what you're going to be doing this weekend? No. So, you know how we got fireworks shops, right? Fireworks stores. Alright, so we're gonna shoot fireworks on Saturday and tonight. I'm gonna be up until 4 a.m. Thank you. I might even stay on the phone with you all night. If you're not occupied. If you occupy, hey, you can stay occupied for now. I want my chocolate chip.
I'll fix this later because it makes zero sense why I sat on it. Alright, but yeah,
This weekend.
Fortnite.
Whenever you're free. I want chicken.
I'm gonna still use them
Huh?
because it's not that broken.
I
Yes.
will sit.
Like I literally just plopped down on my seat and that's how it happened.
But yeah. Like, y'all, please don't touch me.
I'm not gonna be able to open them all.
I should be stopped.
Ain't nobody is on.
Are you okay? Yes.
John Wick, Terminator, Stranger Things. I show speed, my goat. Please, speed, I need this. For
My
real.
mom is kind of homeless. I live with my dad. I want to help her out.
Hold on.
Please,
Did
speed.
I need this? My mom is kind of homeless.
I live with my dad. I want to help her out.
Alright, but other than that. We just gonna play some Battle Royale. You know, some solo. You know. But that's it. That's all we doing. Nothing that much. Nothing that big. Nothing that bad. So, yeah. Alright, let's go. Spike traps, you know what, like that? It's the light one.